Hello there. So, sorry for the delay. I was putting together our new Halloween playlist, which you may be hearing now, hopefully. This is not the playlist. This is not the playlist. Okay, well that's weird. Anyway, I'll fix that in a minute. So we're going to be painting today a portrait with some really intense colors. I picked this one and I adjusted it to have some nice high contrast green and purple, which are not necessarily always high contrast, but definitely in this picture they are. So Halloween's my favorite holiday. I really like doing what I can for it. I don't usually do a whole lot these days, but anyway, I can at least paint a nice purple and green painting. So I'm gonna get started in a second, but real quick, I'm gonna just adjust the music here. I already made a change that I thought was gonna update that list. So, hold on one second. Let me just fix this. Okay, so going and getting it out and setting it to play. Okay, this is interesting. Oh, okay. Wow, the format that I saved it under is not showing up for some reason, which is weird. Okay, well, that's annoying. Alright, I guess I'll just have to deal with that for next time. Okay. So, I'm going to start just by oiling out. This is what I did last time also. I'm just going to put some oil on the surface here, just to make it a little bit glossier. And then I'm going to spread it around. Don't want to overdo it, but just enough to kind of coat the surface. It helps the paint to move faster. And one more thing I gotta do here. Connecting the chat. Alright. I was prepared today. And then I started getting everything ready. So, okay. Yes, Brian, I can see you now. Yeah, you're gonna have to hear the burger song again. I put together a whole fancy Halloween playlist, but for some reason it's just not working in OBS. So, something to look forward to for next time. Okay. Yes, Live Like You Mean It, thank you for the update. Well, plan was to have different music this time. All right, I'm gonna get my brush and just move this oil around real quick. I'll use the same brush I usually use. I'm using this brush a lot. And I don't really need to, well, I guess I will wipe it. I'm not sure what's on there right now. I guess that's what we used last time. So now I'm gonna be using a color today which is very unusual, called Ultramarine Violet. So if you're an artist and you hear me say ultramarine violet, it may sound kind of weird because normally the only ultramarine anybody ever uses is blue, but Rublev makes a violet, which is really a nice violet. And it looks very similar to dioxazine violet, which used to be one of my favorite colors, but then I found out it possibly may be kind of in danger of fading faster than we thought, because the ASTM ratings are being redone now, and so certain colors like that are possibly going to come back with different results than what we thought, because they're learning that depending on what you mix a color with, it really affects the light fastness, which is how long it takes for it to fade, basically. And so anyway, the dioxazine might be okay, or it might not, because it's a chromophore. That's to do with molecular structure and everything. So ultramarine violet is a really nice replacement because it looks almost identical. And so I'm going to be using that just to start out here with some, I don't know if I really even need to use any white to start. I think maybe I'm just going to start putting it in there to block in some darks. So it's so dark out of the tube, it almost looks black, so I'm going to use it just in place of the black for at least the beginning here. I'll put it over here. And as I go along, I'll be adding some white, definitely, and it's a little bit colder than the color that we have on the reference for the light parts of the skin on the sort of purple area. I need to add a little bit of oil on here also. So I may want to add in a red or something just to kind of help with the lighter areas to be a little bit warmer. Or I could just change the color to be slightly cooler. That would be fine. So now this is a very stringy paint. You know, it's much different than a lot of other brands will make because they don't add anything in there for almost all their colors except for just the pigment and the oil, and that's it. This is really how people used to paint hundreds of years ago, before we had all these extra kind of modern things that go into the tube, and it really changes some things about how the paint acts. So I'm gonna need a little bit more oil on there. It's a little bit, well, actually, wait a minute. Got some of the paint on the brush since before I added the oil. It might be okay. Let me just see here. Yeah, I guess that's okay. All right, so I think I am going to bring the camera a little closer before I start. Okay. All right, I think that's looking better. Okay, so I'm not even doing a layout today. I'm just going to get right to it. I didn't do very much last time for it. I just kind of like started throwing stuff on there, but this is mixing a little bit with the oil on there. It's a transparent color to begin with, but it's making it more transparent, but that's fine. I'll just deal with it. I think I actually do need some more oil though. It is still a little bit thick. Sorry, I was just editing this nice Halloween mix I made in Resolve before. Got the whole thing ready. After Resolve didn't want to just actually make a file. Got it to do that. Anyway, like I said, next time. Okay, I think maybe one more drop. Maybe enough over here. I want to be careful with an extremely transparent color like this to add, not to add too much oil. You go, girl. What is that? So, with a transparent color, the more oil you add, the more transparent it becomes. Of course, if the color is a little thick, and it's a little bit too difficult to work with, then you have to do something because it can really slow you down. I think I'm probably going to be getting more soon already, but whatever, that's fine. Now her shirt I'm not really crazy about, so I'm going to be changing that probably a little bit. I think I actually need to bring this up here. I want to add some black in here later on just to darken things up once I get to that point. I'm not really sure how the green is going to combine with this color when, say, like I'm doing the hair up there and stuff like that. So that'll be interesting to just kind of see what happens. And I also am going to get rid of that hand that's on the right because it's just, I kind of crop this to get that hand in the place where it is, and there was not really any good way to do it without just kind of putting it right there. So I'm just going to get rid of it. Generally not good to have things right on the edge of the image. You want it either on or off. So otherwise it just looks kind of weird and awkward. So just decided to get rid of the hand. I'm just looking at all the darkest parts right now and putting them in there just sort of as a place to start with this. And get some more purple and get that ready. You never really hear people talk about Ultra Purple. I think that'd be a good name for like an all-girl band. Now, her head is going to be a little small as it is right now. I gotta just kind of adjust that. I'm just kind of throwing things on there. Again, just going really fast instead of how I'd normally do this for painting I was going to take a lot longer on. So I'm going to try to finish this again today. Hopefully in less than 6.5 hours. Definitely not going to be putting those letters in there behind her. I'll just kind of throw a bunch of colors or something in there. In fact, maybe I want to change the background color a lot. I don't know, maybe I'll want to do some orange or something, but for now I'm just putting something in there just to kind of cover it up. Making my reference a little bigger here. Kind of hard to do it when it's small. Right now it kind of looks like it can be like Grimace's girlfriend from McDonald's. Anybody remember Grimace? What a weird character. Okay, so no way I'm going to be blocking out only the areas that are not going to be green. You know, I'm just going to have to kind of go back over it later and kind of put the green in as it's needed. So I think I maybe want to take a look at what the white together with the purple is going to look like, but I have to fix her face over here first. No, I'm going to get my magical eraser tool here. I'd really like to know how many other people have kind of figured out that you can use this thing the way I do it, to erase the paint. I mean, I don't know how popular this thing is, but it's been around for a long time. There we go. There's no other way to do this that I know of that is that quick and easy to just get the paint almost completely off of there. I mean, her head looks a little lopsided now, but that's a different kind of thing going on. Thinking maybe this hair here needs to come down. That was my name. Got kind of a little point going on the top of her head there. Maybe not quite that much, but like her hair is sort of going up where it's coming around on the part. The shape of the hair is a big part of what makes people look the way they do. Oh yeah, if you're working on canvas and you try to do the thing with the eraser, number one, you have the texture of the canvas, so it wouldn't work as well with that, but also because the canvas has give, it would just kind of push it. I mean, you could put something against it in the back and it would help a little bit, or you could work on mounted canvas that's just mounted to board or something, but still it's going to work a lot better on board to erase it that way. Alright, so I gotta bring her chin down, it looks like. Also got her head tilted. That's something you want to really pay attention to, because if it's tilted just a little bit, it would be easy to just kind of miss that. That may be a little too much, but I'm going to just try to get the reference to be exactly the same size. This is the best way to work. Is with the reference at site size, so it looks the same as what you're working on. Okay, so I can see there's this place right over here. Her hair definitely comes down some more. And the shoulder comes down. So now, having things at basically life size definitely helps to get everything in the right spot. Of course, I have the picture is kind of cropped off of the screen a little bit, which is not good. So this is a really important part to make sure you get right, because everything I'm going to do on the face is going to be based on what I have right now. All right, I think this is about right. So I'm going to kind of lay out the face a little bit here. Really basic. Just using the brush to wipe off the paint that's a little bit excessive a couple places. I think I actually want to just chop off a little bit more right here. I want to bring out the side of the jaw here just a little bit. Looks like she has the mumps right now, but fix it in a minute. All right, so I'm gonna actually mix up the paint. I'm not going to be just working with the transparency. I'm going to actually paint it so that it's kind of covering more. Oh, Aphex Techno. Shenanigans, yeah, it's a good word. Brian, I've got an entire person here painted already. I don't know what you're talking about, being slow. Okay, well, actually, let me just get some lead. And I think this is going to work okay, but I'm just try. I've never actually just added pure white to this. Well, I don't know, maybe I have. I haven't used this color a lot. I just got it a little while ago. Something that happens with violet is that because it's so dark, it's the darkest color, you lose the saturation very quickly when you start adding white to it. So you have to be careful about that. So this kind of looks like some of the kind of somewhat darker areas, but I think I'm going to need to add some kind of red to it because it's just going to get way too cold. I mean, it's already just kind of colder. So, thinking maybe the cadmium, red medium. I would definitely be using a color called quinacridone, which is another one of my favorites, but like dioxazine, possibly it's not as kind of permanent as people used to think. So once the tests are back, then we'll be able to get a better idea, but it's also a chromophore like dioxazine. So like two of my favorite colors, they may be kind of on the chopping block. This cadmium's a little thick, so I'm going to add some oil to that also. You know, Mitch, you say that now. You haven't seen me paint a regular painting where I'm spending 10 hours on a fingernail. Yeah, I don't know what color is actually in fountain pens. Well, actually, fountain pen, well, I guess that's not the typical ink that you have in like a Bic kind of gel pen, which they're really like a blue color, but when you see them sometimes kind of in the light, they have like kind of a pinkish kind of like highlight on them. I don't even know what kind of pigment that actually is, but I've seen it one or two other places, and you can tell by that reflection. you know, it's the same one. It looks exactly the same. All right, so this red here, it's not too orangey like cadmium red light. So hopefully, I mean, if this doesn't work, and I don't know what will. Kind of get this to do what I want. Cadmium's not always the greatest with tinting though, where you're adding white. So, yeah, this is going bad. No, that looks terrible. That looks like really awful. That is not in focus. That is not really a nice kind of pinkish purple color. So, yeah, that's like terrible. And this is one of the cases where like quinacridone is really the only color I know of that makes a great light magenta color. So, this is one of those cases where I have the limitation of the actual paints to deal with. And the colors on the reference are very intense, so I don't necessarily expect to get them exactly the same, but this is like nowhere even close. And this looks like brown compared to that. Well. You have cobalt violet. Not sure how well that would do. There's alizarin crimson, but that's another color that can be fugitive in certain cases. Seeing it with cadmium's okay, but not with whites. So now this color, cobalt violet, is definitely warmer than the ultramarine violet. Let me just try this one out and see how it goes. Because this is just a no-go over here. That's garbage. Okay, so this is looking much better. This is actually not too far from the reference, so I think I can use this. Again, I have to be careful not to go too light with it, or else it'll just lose all the saturation. But yeah, I mean, actually it looks very similar to just the transparent areas that I did the ultramarine with. Slightly warmer though. You know what? Some of that red somehow getting into the color I just put out. I guess it's in the white underneath. It was hiding like a snake in the grass. I actually would be pleasantly pleased to find a snake in the grass. Some people wouldn't like that. Many years ago, when I first moved to my apartment, I opened the storm door to go down to the stairs, to the basement. And there was a tiny little baby snake just on one of the stairs. And he was so cute, because he was only like about 8 inches long. And he was just like hissing at me and just going, you know, like trying to look aggressive, but it was just so adorable. So every time I open the door to go down to the basement, I'm always secretly hoping that there's going to be a snake on a step. But that's the only time it's ever happened. All right, so this is slightly darker now. So it's, again, that kind of balance of the actual kind of pigments versus, you know, this is so similar to the color I put down that's just transparent. I almost want to just do the whole thing that way, but I think it would not work as well. This would look stupid. All right, well, I'm gonna get some more of this color out and scrape this red off since it's useless. Snakes in the grass are the worst. Brian, surprised to hear you say such a thing. I'd imagine you would enjoy seeing a snake in the grass here and there. I mean, I wouldn't want to see a copperhead in the grass because they can kill you and stuff. Supposedly their babies smell like cucumbers. I guess those copperheads are just like out there having salad in the woods. All right, so I'm gonna get more of the, that's my phone. Okay, red touches yellow, kills a fellow. Red touches black, friend of Jack. Is that like how you tell a corn snake from a non-corn snake or something? Now this other color here, I don't really need it as much for the darks because I'm going to just be using the ultramarine violet, so really I could probably just add white to like kind of the majority of it. I don't really need to save it kind of as it looks right out of the tube as much. Sometimes with things like this though, you might have to change just the value on your painting or something just to get it to look kind of the way it's supposed to look, as far as like if something should be bright or if the color needs to be, you know, saturated a certain amount or whatever. So kind of annoying when that happens, but just got to deal with it. I mean, there were times in history where there was just like no red to use. If you wanted to use red, like to dye a thing or paint or whatever, there just wasn't any. Or, you know, various different colors. There's not really a lot of blue and purple in nature, just as like pigments go, but there's a few. Ultramarine blue is grown in a lab now, but I think it's kind of simulating lapis lazuli, the crystal. It's either that or one of those blue crystals. Well, minimal palettes, I think they're easier in a lot of ways because there's just less to deal with, but you know, you're just more limited as far as what colors you can mix. So, you know, pros and cons for each. And also, if you're mixing a color, you don't have to kind of figure out as much. You know, if you only have like 2 colors to mix instead of 3 or 4, to get the color you're trying to get. Let me just try this here. I've got all that purple out over on the right. Hopefully I'm going to still need it. Alright, so this is definitely not the same as the reference, but I think I can work with that. Maybe I'll go a little bit lighter. Things kind of look different also once it's painted in more. You always adjust the contrast on what you're painting and how bright or dark different things are in general, as long as it's consistent. I'm just looking for the light areas right now, because this is my light. All that white is going to get out of there. This is for the purple areas. This is going to be the lighter kind of color. I hope the quinacridone is alright after the testing, because that would just super suck if I wasn't going to use it anymore. It's a really nice color. It's very rare to find a color that does that well tinting, you know, adding white. It really stays extremely saturated even after you've added a lot. I'm not sure why the main camera over here is so warm. I'm gonna just go in there and try to fix that actually, because it was like this last time. I adjusted it and changed one of the settings. I thought that might help, but it's not really looking all that much different than last time. I'll just see if I add a filter to cool it down. It's not terrible, but it's definitely too warm right now. It's not really giving me what I want. That looks worse. A little. Alright, I guess we'll just have to deal with it. Oh well. I'm going to mix a little bit more of the cobalt over here to go darker. Cobalt is a very expensive pigment, by the way. And this one little tube I got here was $28 several years ago. It's another case of just wanting to be careful about how much oil you're adding, because with blues and purples, the more oil you add, then the more yellow the color is becoming, and that can also cut down on the actual intensity. Take a look at this slightly darker color here and see how that looks. Yeah, I guess I don't really need to do that. It's kind of reddish now compared to everything else. Well, New Jersey air is not tinting the picture on the computer more than what it looks like in front of me, so there's got to be some other explanation aside from that. Seeing how much I need to add of this other purple here. Kind of funny mixing purple with purple. There are already two colors that are in between the primary colors. This is such a subtle issue of getting the saturation to be enough that I need to move this. Bring this over here. Okay. Now you've got such a great view of my face. It's definitely important for you to be able to look at the side of my head while I'm mixing colors. So this is a little bit darker. I get just a little bit more now. I think that might be right around the range that I want to work with for the rest of the skin. What's the difference between purple and violet? I don't know that one. I guess violet sounds fancier. Anybody? The difference between purple and violet? Okay, I think that will work. Got kind of a shift happening in the reference because when I was adjusting the colors, kind of divided a little bit to be a little bit bluish in some places for the purple and a little bit more kind of pink in other places. So the original color on the right was actually red. So all of the stuff that I'm painting has already been kind of changed. None of this is actually necessarily accurate to real life anyway. No one's got any guesses for you, Brian. I mean, beats me. Trying to keep this very loose again. Let's see if I can go even looser than last time, because I got a little tight by the end. Not really exactly tight, but much tighter than I started out. I'm going to see how long I can keep doing this without getting, you know, extremely detailed. I got the brush loaded up, that wad of paint on there. Ryan, are you waiting for the cows to come home to tell us what the answer to that joke is? 'Cause I don't have any cows. He's not looking too great right now, but that's normal. Mix up some more of this kind of middle purple. I hope my streaming service didn't just stop updating all the chats again like before. Okay. You don't have an answer. That's the worst joke ever. That's not even a joke. Okay. I mean, you could at least say the answer is, I don't know, what is the difference? I mean, that'd be better than, I don't have an answer. I can tell you this much. Violets, the flower, they're actually blue. I don't know who named them violet. I mean, you'd think out of all the names that were out there, picking a color that actually doesn't match the thing would have made sense. Would have not made sense. Whatever. I guess there's more than one type of violet, though. You know, flower. Oh, hey, Dad. I got your message not working. What do you mean about the messages? That one went through. I wonder if my answer is any more pretentious than your joke that has no answer, Brian. There's a little bit of lag with comments and things showing up for what I can see. But I don't think I've missed any so far. They were talking about snakes, talking about the purple. Brian said I paint slow. Thanks, Brian. Yeah, pretty much everything. All violets are purples, but not all purples are violets? You mean the flowers? Okay, I was saying the violets are not actually violet, the flowers. Now this is really making me think of like grape Bubblicious after you chewed it for a while. I mean, I haven't had it since like 1987 probably, but like it kind of has this purpley dull color. Or maybe the color doesn't really change. Sometimes I see a purple one, it makes me think of that though. Purple is a color made by combining red and blue. It can vary in shade and also lean towards red like magenta or blue like indigo. Violet is a specific shade of purple that is closer to blue. I've never heard this before. Indigo is in between blue and violet, or blue and purple or blue and violet, but I've never heard of violet being a specific shade of purple. Did Claude say this? In the visible spectrum of light, violet is one of the colors at the end, with wavelengths shorter than blue. Yeah. Oh, you had grape Bubblicious. Yeah, I have not had it for a very long time, but remember, I like the raspberry also. Yeah, I mean, indigo, even the color of indigo is supposed to be between blue and violet, or blue and purple, but like the color that jeans are actually dyed with is indigo, and jeans don't look remotely purple. So, you know, there's another color that's supposed to be one thing, but it's not really. At least the perception of it. There's a whole thing I remember in science class of like, there is a color indigo on the spectrum, which you can clearly see if you look. I don't know, there's some kind of device you can use or whatever where you can see the color in the rainbow that way. I'm gonna start putting this up and mixing it for a long time. But yeah, I remember doing some kind of thing where you could see like the colors separated out. And there was an indigo that way, which is what we were kind of led to believe it is. Nope, actually that wasn't supposed to go there. Well, whatever. Yeah, real indigo is very dark. It really looks kind of like navy blue. You know, Brian, better check what that violet fluid is before you drink it. Live like you mean it says. My lady friend reminds her of the character in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. It turns into a purple and blueberry. Turns purple and blueberry sized after eating experimental gum. Violet. Yeah, I don't know if I ever actually saw the original Willy Wonka. Like, I think I saw part of it. But, I don't think I ever saw the whole thing. But I've seen pictures of that girl. Well, she's gonna be purple and green soon. So y'all can start a conspiracy about green at that point. Gotta be careful not to go over the green parts here. It's gonna be green down this way. I mean, now you're gonna be saying she looks like Poison Ivy, the Batman character. Yeah. Sure, Jim Jones didn't really do a whole lot for Kool-Aid's image. I mean, you say there's no such thing as bad publicity, so who knows, maybe it actually was like people heard that story back then and then were like, oh, that's awful. Let's get some Kool-Aid. Who's in the mood for Kool-Aid? You ever saw a video or picture of Jim Jones? I mean, that guy could have just gone to Vegas and been an Elvis impersonator without changing anything. I'm not going to be painting this tattoo over here. I generally don't really have much interest in painting the tattoos on people. More interested in just, you know, painting what's what was there before the tattoo. I made this arm a little bit too small here. Gotta be careful not to get the darker purple into the other one because it happened right here and it looks almost like a little bit muddy. Probably will be fine once everything's painted in, but it could have that kind of effect compared to everything else going on because there's such a limited amount of color going on in those areas. Oh. Saw your other comment there. Why did bad guys wear green and purple so much? Well, I don't know. I mean, there's lots of comic book guys that wear all different colors, like red and blue and yellow are big, and I don't know. Okay, so she is looking really bad right now. Like, if she got in a car accident and like a truck hit her in the face, she might not look as bad as she looks right now, but pretty soon, hopefully that's gonna get better. So I could go on to the green, or I could just try to fix up her face a little bit, I think. I'm going to do a little bit on the face because it just is looking... She's looking pretty skanky right now. I think maybe the bottom of the jaw here is a little bit too wide now, actually. Probably change that in a minute, or later at some point. I'll probably want to use a different brush for the green this time. I'm doing a lot of things just with this one brush, but this is going to be a big, very different color, so trying to use the same brush, probably not going to really make anything any easier. Yeah, Brian, this song actually I had to adjust it because like there was something about it that was just like way too loud. I feel like a low pass filter or something on it. Probably not low pass. I think I messed with the EQ. Alright, I'm going to go in to the face and I'm going to fix up the face a little bit here because it's just a mess. Like if, I don't know, if she worked at a silly putty factory and there was some kind of terrible accident and she got silly putty all over her face and then fell into like a truckload of blueberries or something. She probably wouldn't look as bad as she does now. Make sure her mouth is in the middle. Don't have any lopsided faces on this painting. Well, there's only one face, but make sure that that one's not lopsided. Oh. Brian's first Batman animated series episode was the one with Clayface. It's not the one where they're all sitting around talking about how they almost killed Batman. I think it was called I Almost Got Him. It's the only one I remember with him. Pretty cool idea for an episode. Just a whole bunch of villains telling stories about how they almost got Batman. Actually house sat for some people once and they had a gray cat and the kids named the cat Clayface. Definitely getting some shine off the paint now. Well, yeah, I guess that was a different episode. The one I saw, I mean, 1994 animated series, spoiler. Everybody was sitting around telling the story about how they almost got Batman and Clayface's. The story was, you know, he got him cornered somewhere, and everyone's like, then what? And he goes, I threw a rock at him. And they all just kind of look at him, and like that was the end of the story. But then it turns out that Batman was actually Clayface all along, sitting there telling stories with the Joker and everybody. He really pulled a fast one on them. I don't remember why he was doing that, but pretty cool episode. So, sounds a lot like the origin of the Joker in the 1989 Batman, which was not the same as some other origins. Fell into a bad of a thing and became a villain. Oh good, Mitch is back. Now I can get back to the painting. I've just been like waiting around, you know, to do the good stuff until you got here. So now, you know, now it's gonna start looking better. I used to watch the original Batman show when I was younger, in the 60s. Always had these annoying cliffhanger at the end. Used to drive me crazy. Yeah, the Nolan Joker actually was based on the very first version of the Joker, when he was actually kind of scary, back when the comic came out in, you know, the, I guess, early 40s or whatever it was. So there's been plenty of different Jokers out there. Keeping an eye on this axis of the face here, make sure everything lines up right. So, Brian, you're not being a Joker right now? Like when you had that really great joke before about the color violet. Yeah, I don't know if I knew it was supposed to be campy when I was growing up either. But, I don't know. Saw a little bit of the Batman movie a couple years ago that came out back in the 60s. And every single thing was labeled like Bat Computer, Bat Ladder, you know, Bat Copter and stuff. It was kind of, I mean, it was ridiculous, but that was the point. It's kind of funny. I always feel like sometimes with older movies, it's sometimes hard for me to tell if something is supposed to be, like if it's supposed to look bad or not. I don't know, I can't always tell if like it was just the technology or just the way that movies were made at that point, if things were not necessarily just up to the standards we have now, or if like a certain style of acting was to indicate, you know, who was a villain, or if it was just like the way that people actually acted back then. Like I've listened to a lot of old radio shows from the 40s, like the horror ones from back then especially, and some of the detective ones, and there was a really common phrase you heard in the horror ones where like when somebody like, I don't know, stabs somebody or shoots them, they'll go, "You killed me," before they die. Which you don't really hear that now. Or another thing that was really common was like there's a certain type of scream that you'd hear, which is like, "Ah!" Which I guess really freaks people out. Okay, it's getting better. We're pulling her out of the silly putty factory. Never listened to The Shadow, but like Boston Blackie, Phil Marlowe. I actually just saw a movie called Marlowe just recently with Liam Neeson. It was just kind of okay. Got better for the second half, but something about it was just a little off. But it was based on Phil Marlowe from, you know, the 40s. So that was interesting to see. Because I haven't really seen too many other things like, I guess there was a movie for The Shadow years ago, and then also get that other one that Billy Zane did years ago. But you know, I don't really hear about that kind of stuff too much nowadays, kind of in new versions. So now that I've got this painted in a little bit better, maybe the face is okay over here. I don't know. I got a tape at the dollar store like 25 or 30 years ago of the original broadcast of the War of the Worlds. That was kind of interesting. That was the one where people all just kind of went crazy because they thought it was real. Yeah. The Marlowe. I don't know. Seemed like maybe they needed to reshoot some scenes or something, but they didn't have enough budget. But yeah. Didn't really feel real. Other thing was like the girl in the story in the kind of first scene had like these yellow filters on, and it felt like she just looked really like pale, and I feel like she didn't look as good as she was supposed to, but I think it was when just like the filter just kind of like had like a negative effect on her in a way that didn't work well. It's just like one of those minor things I noticed. Yeah. What's everyone's favorite Halloween movie? I don't know if I have one. I mean, scary movies. I think saw Insidious and one other one that came out around the first time originally years ago. I can't remember the name now. They were good. Ring and The Grudge were still really great. Psycho, yeah, classic. Mother! Mother! Oh, blood! Blood! Well, Ryan, I guess that really affected you when your dad bought Rosemary's Baby and The Shining. Friday the 13th, Halloween. Yeah. I had seen some of the Friday the 13th movies like randomly when I was growing up. I don't even know which one is which because I never really watched the whole thing. I just kind of like change the channel and see it on. And it was kind of the same thing in all of them. Like Jason was just like killing a bunch of kids in the woods. I mean, I don't know if you really need to really start at the beginning anyway. Yeah, Mitch, I remember my mom was saying when Rosemary's Baby came out, a lot of people really didn't like it. Like, they kind of got freaked out by it. I think the same thing happened with The Exorcist. Oh. Your grandmother's name is Rosemary. That's pretty good. Well, that's a specific reason. Oh. Yes, it's better than your dad bringing home, like, you know, Backstreet Boys and turning you on to that or something. But it's weird, I've got Rosemary's Baby. Rosemary's Baby, the theme is in my head now. I don't know how that happened. Of course, I was just listening to it since I started my Halloween playlist that I just listen to myself, not just for my stream when it's supposed to be working and it doesn't. Oh, The Sixth Sense. Yeah, I mean, that was a good one. I guess it wasn't really extremely scary though, but great movie. Movie that M. Night will forever be compared to, as he makes one movie after another that's nowhere near as good. Unfortunate. I'm getting kind of like more specific now with where I'm putting the shadows and things, but got the kind of main parts in there. Yes, Rosemary's Baby, as sung by, Jane Fonda? Is that who was in there? With the harpsichord. Okay, fixing the shape of the eye over here. Without making it look too obvious like I'm fixing it. Oh, Mia Farrow. Yeah. That's the only Mia Farrow thing I've seen, but a long time ago. I saw Howling 5 a long time ago, which I remember really liking it at the time. All the Howling movies are kind of different from each other. This one took place in a castle and there's like secret passageways and stuff. I think that might be one of my favorite kind of like horror movies, but I haven't seen it since the 90s. So I don't really remember much of it. Amityville Horror. been a few of those too, but yeah, that's another one. I don't know if I ever saw like any of the movies all the way through, but I saw little pieces of them. Pieces, Brian. There's a good one. Brian and I had years ago watched a DVD set he got. Some really high quality stuff. It was like 20 movies for $5 or something. And Pieces was one of the really great films that was in that set. The house on 112 Ocean Avenue, New York. Oh, still exists, yeah. Yeah, it's been renovated so that people will stop coming to look at it, because I don't know why you'd buy that house if you didn't expect people were going to just constantly be coming to like look at it and, you know, do God knows what. But I think it's had a few owners that people were surprised that happened and it bothered them. I mean, it's like probably the most famous house in America after the White House, I would guess. I mean, hard to think of anything else that kind of even falls into that category. Oh yeah, an awesome dub of Pieces. I think I may be at a point to start doing some of that green. The green's pretty flat in the photo. There's not really a whole lot to do in there, but I have to make some room here. Yeah, Pieces was just a little bit low budget. Like, I don't know if anyone got paid while they were making that movie. In fact, they probably lost money, however much money there was. I don't think they had any money, but they probably lost it anyway. You gotta stretch to enjoy that pos. Talking about the movie? Kind of funny, purple like this will look really nice and purpley in certain cases, but then compared to next to something else that's just really saturated, you know, really affects how it looks. It'll look kind of dull. So, I mean, it's kind of true with any color to some extent, but it's really true with purple. It's just so dark. Well, so far I've used the same paper towels I started out with. this one has been used, I don't know, maybe almost 100 times. Probably not that much, but a lot. And the other one, this is my like wiping paint off of the palette paper towel, and then I have a different one on the palette, which is for the brush. So got different ones for different things. Gotta make room for the green and yellow now. Got a lot of purple out here, which I barely even need it at all at this point, but might put it back in the tube later. Oh, hey Moidart. Moidart? Not sure how to say that, but hi there. Thanks for stopping by. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I enjoy painting people. That's my favorite thing to paint. I painted plenty of things I didn't enjoy, but I like this one so far. I mean, it's definitely got a while to go before I'm done. So, do you paint also? This is probably not the best way to set up my palette for what I'm doing right now, but just making room for for new color that's coming. Part of it is just like keeping this area pretty compact so that it's all in the camera. Because I actually have this camera right over here is clipped to the bottom of my easel. So I can't really raise it up too much because it's underneath the painting where I'm painting right now. You do kind of. Well, I just like painting people the most. I also do landscapes, and not really a huge still life person. And then there's certain things that are just kind of, you know, not the most fun to paint. That you know, sometimes if you do a commission, they might want you to paint something like that I wouldn't normally paint if it was just up to me. So, but painting people in general, I like doing. Doing something a little different with this painting tonight because the colors are just so just extreme. Missed a little bit. What is this pearl necklace stuff that's going on over here? Oh, she does have a pearl necklace. I'm not painting it though. Didn't want to do the one last time. Speaking of things I didn't want to paint, the one I was working on last time, there was this like 4 necklaces or one that was looped around a few times. I wasn't really dying to do it, but it came out all right in the end. I am just going to leave those necklaces out probably. Maybe I'll do one of them, but not the pearl one. Oh, that's nice, Mitch. You got some Aurora photos. I don't know if you were the one that first said it, but I had no idea that that was happening. There's been like 2 or 3 times before that I heard in the news that the auroras were going to be, visible in New Jersey. And I like stayed up and looked. I mean, it's not like I stayed up that late because I'm up anyway. But I looked out the window and checked for it, and there was nothing. And I got the phone. There's the whole thing. Oh, the phone can see it when you can. I was like taking the pictures out there like an idiot, and there was, nothing, just black. So I was like one of like the only people that didn't know about that apparently, or see it at all. But it's nice that you saw something. Like everyone else, except for me. Okay. Right, the Georgia person. I mean, it like showed up in Georgia. Well, maybe it'll happen again in 50 years or something, and then I can see it. Or I'll just go to Iceland. All right, I'm gonna just actually get a different brush, like I was saying before. Get this paint out. Like I was talking about with the chromophores earlier, the type of paint that potentially may not be holding up as well as we thought. As far as like how fast it fades. Another one of those is the Phthalos. There's Phthalo green and Phthalo blue. So I might normally be using them for the green, but tonight I'm going to use cadmium yellow light and Viridian. I think I'll get something pretty good for what I need here. I'll just try this out before I get too much paint out of there. Kind of a chunk of paint here on the edge with the spout. I'll have to clean that later. Oh, Ryan, I guess you might be the only other person that didn't see anything that day. I know a guy that said he saw, it wasn't as good as everyone else, but he still saw something. And Moided art, take a look at that later. Gotta try to finish this whole thing up today. But I don't know if I've actually mixed these 2 colors before specifically like this. I didn't use Viridian very much for a long time, but a little while ago I got it to start using it again. And it's handy for certain things, but on its own, not really a whole lot of stuff that it tends to be useful for. So it's more of a color, I think, just to be mixed with things. So it ends up looking pretty different from kind of how it is out of the tube. I think I actually am going to get a little bit of white to mix in here. I have to be careful not to cut down on the saturation, so there's that issue again. But I feel like this is not quite where it needs to be. Let me move this here a little bit. Get a little bit more yellow, and maybe put some more white in and see how that looks. I mean, really, it doesn't have to be exactly the same as the photo. Just something that will work here. All right, I'm gonna get a brush and test this color out. So is that, what's a diamond art kit? I'm not sure what that is. Is that working with actual diamonds? I don't know if my brush here to use. And the oil. I'll be needing a different green for the hair than what I'm using on the face over here. Okay. And I might want to just try this without any white. Yeah, sulfur is definitely yellow. I remember hearing there was actually, I don't know, there's a whole thing with like certain colors and sulfur being present, and I feel like I'd heard at some point that there's one color that was really smelly in the past, but the modern version of it doesn't have that in there, so it's fine. I did live somewhere for a year where there was sulfur deposits in the water, so when you took a shower, it stunk. That was the grossest place I ever took a shower for a year. So glad I don't have to deal with that anymore. Wasn't exactly like those commercials. There's those like essence of whatever it was, those commercials where the girls are like taking a shower and there's like flowers floating around them and stuff. This was kind of the opposite of that. Pretty awful. Okay, so am I saying that right? White dot art. So you do acrylics over wood. It's nice. Herbal essences, yeah. Yeah, like if there was like an opposite brand to herbal essences, like this would be the perfect place. Not where I am now, but where I used to be. The perfect place to have a commercial where like somebody goes in and they take a shower and they go, oh, oh. You know, that was like the experience I had every time I was taking a shower there. Gross. I'm gonna be careful not to get the purple mixed in with the green while I'm doing this. This is not quite the same as the reference, but I'm not surprised by that because the reference I'm looking at is on screen, and you know, things don't always look the same on a computer screen if it's really intense colors like that. Yeah, that was the crazy farm. Just one of the many benefits of living there. I was just telling somebody the other day, it was a fake farm, actually. Yeah. They had just a small number of animals there so they could get like a tax credit for having a farm, but it was really just not a farm. I'm gonna get some more yellow out. I don't think the white made a whole lot of difference with that green, but it's fine. Don't really need a ton of this green, but a little bit more. The difference is awesome. Is that between with the green added on there, you mean? It'll definitely get a lot better once I actually put everything in there and fill up all the white spots. Yeah, that is a bullet in her hand, actually. There's like in the uncropped version of this photo, she's got a gun on the counter in front of her, or whatever, the table. So, I don't really feel like dealing with that anyway, just having the bullet in there. So I'm just taking that hand out of there altogether. I guess that might be a 9mm. Aspirin? I don't know about that. So this cadmium yellow I'm using is it's cadmium yellow light, so it's pretty close to green compared to some of the other cadmium yellows. It's a little bit less orangish, so that definitely works a lot better with this green than one of the other ones would. Just cadmium yellow or cadmium yellow medium or something. That would not be a good intense color. I don't know if this is enough, but I just yeah, I probably need a little more. Some of the oil came out with the paint just now. I have to get some more. Yeah, Brian, I think she seems like your type. I mean, you know, she has a gun. She seems disinterested with life. I think it'd be a match. Yeah, sometimes it takes forever to mix up the colors, but I guess this is going actually not too slow. If you don't mix up colors like this and you just do everything with a brush, then you don't get as much paint and it's harder to paint thicker. So not everybody does this, but for the most part, if I'm doing a big area where there's going to be one color I need, I'll just mix it. If it's going to be kind of less or just a little bit harder to kind of get this specific color, I'll just do it with the brush sometimes. All right, so I think that's probably good enough. Oh. So I used to mix the paint up on the glass, or ink. Yeah, so my dad had a t-shirt business, and he used ink to print the shirts, and so I know what that ink is like. It's probably similar to what you're talking about, I'm guessing. It's pretty stringy. Actually, this purple I got out before is kind of like that. Like you get some of it and you move the brush away and it gets this big long string that kind of hangs on there. So I definitely had seen plenty of ink getting mixed up for the shirts, the silk screens. You know, now that I've got this green on there, feeling like I could add a little bit more green to the green. I don't know. Some of the greens in the reference are not exactly the same. They're a little bit lighter in some places than others. I guess it's fine. I'll just keep it. But yeah, those inks were very similar to what we used when I had printmaking in college. Block prints and things. But yeah, similar. All right, then I go ahead and actually I'm gonna get rid of this one little space here. Just taking a little trip to the salon. Okay, as soon as you get rid of all the white from the original surface. It has oftentimes a really big effect, so that's about to happen soon here, where it's going to start looking less crappy, and then it's going to look more like it makes sense as, I'm going to get a little bit more green in this, because actually I can see the color I had before was slightly more green. But that white really disrupts things until you fill it all in, which I usually do pretty early on, but just for this one I wanted to do all the purple first, then come in here and do this part after. I didn't have to deal with the two colors kind of mixing and doing some funky stuff. So that's about to happen too. Yeah, like so I was saying before, when you were on your way back home or whatever, the paint that I use is made by Rublev, and they don't put any additives in almost all of their colors. So most oil paints are not stringy like that, but a lot of theirs are. Well, maybe not a lot, but certain ones are. Like this color I was using, the Cobalt Violet. And so it behaves differently when you're painting with that kind of paint with certain things. So it's very different from, what other people are used to, and like when I first started using their paint. It was like kind of weird at first. But I think it's really the best paint because there's no additives that can potentially lead to certain things that you don't really want. Still looks like it's not green enough. Thought I had matched it, but I guess not. I don't know about the drying time. I don't think it really affects it too much. That's more really dependent on the actual pigments usually than like the, additives or anything like that. But it definitely can affect I think, how well the color holds up or shows up, because the additives I think are pretty much transparent. So it's like you have sort of more pigment in the tube that is kind of covering more than if it had the extra stuff in there that's kind of like diluting it. Yeah, it's actually thixotropic, if you know what that fancy word means. So if you have some paint and you just kind of like disturb it, just kind of like wiggle a palette knife on it, it sort of just begins to almost liquefy. And then once it stops moving, then it goes back to being solid. So it's kind of like, I've noticed peanut butter does this, which most people, before they eat some peanut butter, they're not just, taking a knife and getting a blob of it and going like this to see if it like flattens or not, but it's that same kind of thing that happens though with the paint. Yeah, it's not a word you hear very often. Yeah, Brian, the huge globs of texture, that's probably what you call, well, now I can't think of the word, but that's a certain type of technique used for oil painting. I guess for acrylic too, but it's not necessarily the best archivally to paint that way. It's really better to build up layers, like a few layers together at a time, one at a time, as opposed to just a whole bunch of paint, because then some kind of funky things can happen, but you know, definitely people paint that way. Also. Oh, well, ballpoint pens that are thixotropic. Well, I was talking about the goo before and the old kind of Bic pens. I used to use them when I was in high school for drawing a lot of stuff. Never tried painting with peanut butter. I mean, what peanut butter is one color, so what am I going to mix that with? Unless I'm just painting a big patch of dirt, and there's not going to be any change in the color. I guess that makes sense though, because that it would be the same as the paint with the whole thixotropic stuff, because it's got oil in there, so I think really the oil is the thing that kind of has that reaction. The pigment doesn't do anything, it's just like little rocks or whatever, little hard particles. What do you mean by the odd nerdrum approach? You could paint a bunch of sort of like floating light brown people. Would that be for the peanut butter, you mean? Well, I guess the Nutella and peanut butter, yeah, that'd be like really groundbreaking stuff. I don't know if it would ever dry, but that would probably be really great. Oh, yeah. Unique elements. I still never found out what he was putting in his paint, which led to those problems where things started falling apart. But I met a guy that was actually there when he got, I might have told you this. I met a guy that was there when he got the court order to appear when all that stuff started happening. He definitely didn't want anyone to know what he was putting in there, which makes me want to know even more. So what exactly would I do with the peanut butter and Nutella painting when it was done, anyway? Just like put it outside for the birds to eat it? There goes the last of the white. Okay, so I didn't really mix the two colors together so much yet. I don't know how this is gonna go. Might be kind of weird. Sometimes colors you think will like blend well, really just make a mess. Yeah, the art installation could just be a whole pile of ants just crawling all over it. Like, what was his name that just had the raw meat in MoMA like years ago, and all these flies in there. Okay, so yeah. Okay, so then Jonah Hill is going to buy the painting, and then does he eat it? Is that going to be like part of the whole thing? Is he into food art or something? Yes. Yeah, I'm going to go in and start just kind of blending this and see what happens. Not really blending with the purple that easily, which is surprising. I don't know. Making a little effort to get it to do anything. I mean, cobalt blue dries really fast. I don't think this violet is drying already. That'd be very surprising. It does seem to be getting kind of thick though, so maybe it might be drying a little bit. That's pretty quick. Okay, there it goes. Starting to blend. I think it's working out all right. I had cases where I tried painting things that were supposed to blend together and it really didn't work. This is a little weird here, I gotta go back over that, but I think the blending is going all right. Looks, you know, basically like I would expect. I'm gonna try not to get too noodly with it. Like that old Will Smith song, Get Noodly with It. Oh, thanks. Yes, it was just nothing but snake oil up until now. Yeah, it's definitely, I'm going to say a daring thing to try to paint these two colors together like this. Not that I'm saying I'm daring, but there's really a lot of room for just total disaster here. This is one of those things where, like, when it does work, it looks so cool. It's like when you see things in real life and there's just colors mixing this way. Just a matter of getting the right pigments and everything to actually paint it, or figuring out the right way to paint it on there so that it goes the way you want. went from Elephant Man to hot female assassin holding a bullet. Yeah, that's as fine a description of one of my paintings as ever I've heard. Some of these places here I'm kind of trying to get the paint to mix sideways by just kind of directing the brush in that direction. I'm directing it in that direction. Nice when things work out. Not that I'm out of the woods yet with this thing. I'm still going to do that shine on the hair, which is much darker than what's happening over here. I'm going to have a little heavier color on the Viridian for that. This eyebrow is a little too high on the left. I don't know. Maybe that one eye is a little too big on the right. I'm gonna fix that. So, yeah, I'm gonna get more green out. Get that the green for the hair. This whole purple area down here, definitely, I want to go back over that. So it looks kind of, it looks so great right now, but that's okay. First time I ever painted plants. was with Viridian and a cadmium yellow lemon. And it was like this green, and it was terrible. No, now to make it much earthier. That actually might have been with the phthalo green, which is kind of similar to this. But anyway, whatever it was bad. Okay, I think this is going to be pretty good here. So I can... Sure how much I need that other green I mixed up. I'll just take some of that. So now there's a whole thing with this area here where I kind of lightened the purple when I was putting it down. Like I didn't put it down too heavy because I knew I was going to be putting this green in there, but it's a lighter color also. So just thinking about, is it going to kind of show the lighter purple through there? So, you know, again, there's that kind of balance of like, what do I need to do to make this look the right way? If I put more paint down, it's going to cover the white, but it's going to be like more paint to mix with any color I put on there. So kind of like gotta weigh how much I need to do. That's right on the line in between those two things that I need to kind of watch out for. Okay, I'm going to add a little more of that purple in there. And it seems like this violet / purple is actually drying, which that's pretty quick. I mean, it's still not dry, but it seems like it's getting thicker. I just kind of try to cover this up so it's the thinnest layer I can get, basically, that's still not kind of black. And I was thinking about adding some black in here instead of the purple, but I haven't really made my mind up about that yet. I don't know, maybe it's okay the way it is. I think while I'm on this area, I just bring this hair around here. My paper towel is falling apart over here. I'm gonna have to flip it or get a new one soon. All right, so a little area up here. Actually, I'll just put some more purple up there, but then I'm gonna add a little more of that lighter green where I do the hair. There's one little spot here, there's a little kind of like strand of hair, which actually doesn't really look that great, so I think I'm not going to put that in there. So I'll just put, use the more greeny side of the brush here. Put a little bit more of this lighter green up here in the corner. And then flip it over and blend it in over here on this side. And I feel like this corner right here kind of looks like the reference, but a little bit pointier than that side. Yeah, I wasn't planning to put any text in the background, Brian. You'll have to just find some product placement opportunities elsewhere. So I think I need to bring this up a little bit down here. The neck does look darker green. This is one of those cases where, like, from what I'm seeing in the photo, I don't know what it actually looked like in person right there, if that was actually a darker green. Probably not. But I don't know. Do something with this down here. Yeah, I'm gonna go over this edge. It just doesn't really match the other side quite yet. Maybe next time I'll make the girl wearing a Brian Lang t-shirt. How's that? That's better. Okay. This purple brush is so stiff, it's harder to get things to mix with that, but you can do it. This one's a lot firm, less firm, also known as softer. So that one is a little easier for that kind of stuff. All right, I'm gonna just go over to darker green and wipe off some of the lighter one first. We're putting that in the hair. Making the strokes in the direction the hair is supposed to be growing in. I mean, maybe it didn't grow in that direction, but that's the direction we're seeing it in. What's no fair? What are you talking about? I guess the color's not showing up too bad on the camera. It's actually maybe a little bit pink right now. feeling like this little part, kind of donut thing happened here. Looks a little bit odd in the photo actually, now that I'm really looking at it, but it's kind of nice just to show the way the light's hitting it, but as far as just the shape and aesthetics go, it's a little bit, I don't know, I feel like I need to maybe fix that up somehow. I didn't really notice before, there's actually a little earring in here. You can kind of see her ear. Slightly. Yeah, it's looking more like the light's actually hitting her from the side now instead of her just being like, I don't know, she had some face paint on or something. Now, I'm gonna go back the other way. Just noticing this is covered up right now. Just wiping off the places where the green and the purple are getting mixed here. Giving her hair a little bit more shape than maybe it actually has in the reference down this way. Kind of like I'm using the violet to get rid of some of the things that are on there, almost like an eraser. Cover them up. Yeah, I'm thinking I want to do a different color in the background, maybe like in reddish orange or something, just because there's so much purple going on here. I mean, this was just temporary to begin with. Definitely doesn't look good enough to leave it. And I'm gonna fix that eyebrow now that I'm looking at it. It's just... I need something.
Me coming for you in a Rari. I'm at the party.
Put the darker green on the eyebrow up there. See how that goes.
Just move fast in a Rari. Wanna make you move fast in a Rari.
There's also a little highlight on the earring here. And it looks like she's got a Fruit Loop stuck to her head.
Just move fast in a Rari. Wanna make you move fast in a Rari.
Well, planning to do something for Halloween this year. Not completely sure yet what, but I'm probably not going to be streaming on Halloween. Is it too soon for me to ask if you're doing anything on Halloween this year? You're comparing me to Walmart the last time I brought that up. Yeah. Yeah, I do put out the decorations very early. Well, Mitch, maybe you can come up with something fun. I don't know. I guess you could, like, hand out candy if nothing else. I mean, it's nice to see the kids dressed up. I think it's cool. When I first moved to the place where I am now, there was this thing with the kids back then. It was like 2010, where the teenagers would just go around for candy, but they didn't even bother dressing up. And like there was like several of them that did this, and they'd come to the door, and I wanted to be like, "What is this? Like you can't even get like a blood capsule or something, you know, in your mouth, like nothing, you know, like slackers." So thankfully, I haven't had to deal with that for a long time. That only lasted like, I don't know, the first couple times, I guess. Maybe 3 times. There's this one cute little girl a few years ago that came. She's dressed up like a fairy princess or something. And we have these like toys that we got. Like little like cars and bouncy balls and things like that. And that, like we got enough that we could hand them out for several years now. And so this little girl, you know, she came to the door and I held out the platter for her and she goes, "I love coming to this house because they always have toys." She was like all excited about it. I don't imagine there's too many people giving out toys aside from us. Toys. Okay, so I think the hair is like not too much left to do on that. At least at this point. So I've got to go in there and just fix up some of the other stuff going on around there. Like this eye is too big, so I'm gonna just start with that Well, they can't all be bad. All the kids that are trick-or-treating. I mean, teenagers, God knows what they're gonna do. I remember when we were in Chicago, like one of them threw a rock at our window or something. But, I think just regular kids, for the most part, are fine. Mischief Night is probably the time when you really have to watch out. I'm gonna fix the shape here. There's a little bit of kind of wonky looking right now. I guess this maybe has to go down a little bit. Cat eye. The rock was probably Willis's drunk girlfriend. You know, it could have been Willis. Who knows? You know, this could be an opportunity for you to get on the good side of the local neighborhood kids. I mean, you want to hand out like whole candy bars? They'll remember that. Actually a light area over here I've got to add in for the sclera. Doesn't look like she's looking quite as far to the left. Yeah, trunk or treat. It seems really lame. I mean, I don't know. I guess it's not surprising that that whole thing started with just being more aware of how many serial killers there are out there and stuff. But at the same time, if you just go trick-or-treating with your kids, you're probably fine. So it doesn't really seem that necessary. Yeah. Yeah, around here there's trunk or treat stuff, but then like a lot of kids also just go around anyway. Yeah, I remember when me and my brother were little, there was this place, I still remember right where the house was, where we used to go, and there's this old couple that had full-size candy bars. You could even go inside. They had like a covered porch area. There was like spider webs and crap hanging down when you walked in. And I still remember finally one year when they stopped, you know, handing out candy, and it was like, full-size candy bar people. They're not handing out candy this year. It was like the biggest upset. I don't know if anybody did it aside from them. We probably would remember if there was. But like they were like, you know, the nicest people. I never really saw them for anything else. Just, you know, it was time to get candy. Well, I remember like when I first came here also, I think the first 1 or 2 years there was nobody, even before the lazy ass teenagers just didn't even bother getting a, you know, costume or anything, and it was like really, there was like nothing. I think there might have been like 1 or 2 kids the one year, the first year we did it or something. It could just be there's not that many young kids around, like in that exact area. Or maybe the street's kind of lame, so the kids that are there just go somewhere else. I know there's definitely kids that come to our street from other places. Just put that eyelid in there. It looks kind of dumb now. I gotta fix that. One episode of the No Sleep podcast from a couple of years ago where there's one guy that was really into Halloween and he moves into a place where the neighbors are not into Halloween. They've got all these rules about what you're allowed to do in the neighborhood and everything. So he gets this whole kind of thing together to like, he puts all this stuff out in his yard to have all these big decorations and everything, and he makes a whole experience for the kids to come through, and he just gets revenge on everyone by giving them all poison candy and everyone dies. Brian, you're kind of like that guy, but just without the effort. Well, yeah, especially if you're in a place where there's like a rich town nearby and they're like really doing like a lot of fancy stuff. That definitely could get some kids going over there. Sometimes they'll do like, you know, the one street early and then the other street or the other area later on. Okay, so this eye I'm thinking is better now. Still needs a little kind of adjusting, but the other one is still too big, too wide or something. Yeah, when I was younger, the only candy that was always like, it was just like lollipops or hard candy like that. They would still be around a year later. But really into Reese's peanut butter cups, and didn't really get Butterfingers very much for Halloween, but I like them. Now and later's, those weird Mary Jane candy things, whatever that is, I don't even know what it is. Peanut butter candy or something. Milky Way and Snickers was always really big. A lot of them. Candy corn is a very strange invention. I mean, I don't remember getting candy corn from people. That'd be kind of weird because it's not, wrapped or anything. There'd be like candy corn at people's houses you knew or something. They're a little too close together now. I gotta fix that. Yeah, Reese's peanut butter cups. Those were my favorite. Yeah, there's always a lot of Tootsie Rolls too. I used to like Charleston Chew. That's another candy that you hardly ever saw anywhere, but they were good too. Gotta fix this cat eye over here. It's like not really defined enough. I've got the refining stage now for the face, but still trying to keep it from getting too extremely tight. They still run that commercial for the Tootsie Pops. I used to like Tootsie Pops. That was like the one lollipop I was, or like bubble. What'd you call them? The ones with the gum in the middle? Bubble Pop or whatever. I used to like them. Was that the Rock just coming and like grabbing the Tootsie Pop away from the owl? The gum in Tootsie Pops? I think the gum was in a different type of pop. Yeah. That would be kind of a fun mashup to make a little video of, like, you know, the owl on the Rock just coming over saying it doesn't matter. So, the eye on the left, I think, is pretty good now. I still kind of fix the eyelid a little bit, but pretty good. I mean, really, it's not past the realm of possibility that he could start doing commercials for that now, especially the candy ass part. I mean, I guess he shouldn't be saying that for something that's really meant for kids, but it'd be pretty good if they did actually start doing that. Candy ass is such a weird insult. How did that get started? Just had to adjust the painting so this girl's not giving you the people's eyebrow. I don't think he really wants to be associated as The Rock anymore. That's the only thing with having him come back for commercials like that. I mean, he was trying to get people to call him Dwayne Johnson for a while there, which really didn't seem like a big ask to me, but everyone just still calls him The Rock, so I think he's kind of given up on that. Got a candy-ass paper towel over here. It's just coming apart. Didn't even really press on it that hard. Muckleberry. Thanks for stopping by. Thank you. What is that? Guy wearing a gas mask? You have the most random emotes. Where do you even get them from? Well, I've got experience with portraits and landscapes, so I don't know. It's kind of a toss-up. I've done all kinds of things. Did you say what you like to paint? You were talking about getting into it, but I'm not sure what you like doing. I think I like painting people the most. I would like painting, like, when it comes to landscapes, like, you have to have a good location. Just like if you're painting a portrait, you know, some people make better portraits than others just because they're more interesting to look at. I think the best kinds of landscapes are of places that are nowhere near where I live, so I've done some nice ones that are, you know, somewhere nearby, but you know, things with like mountains and things like that. I would like to do some some that are more like that. Definitely usually do them in person, not from a photo. Yeah, we got hills in New Jersey, no mountains. Or I think there might be like one mountain, but you know, not really. You get these eyes to look a little bit more similar. I think they're not way off right now, but one was a little bit too big here on the right. The woman is just from a photo I found on a place called Pexels.com. So, you know, you can go on there and get great reference for free, and you're allowed to paint it and, you know, do whatever you want basically. So I adjusted the color. It was originally red and green, so I made it purple to be more Halloween-y. Yeah, no, I have never met this woman, so I don't know her. So she's still on the market, Schmelkeberry. As far as I know. Actually, I don't know that. She might not be, but you have a chance. Maybe. I don't actually know. Are you a male or female? Just from your backyard groundhog photo, I don't really know much about that. Yeah, she's actually holding a bullet on the side there, and she has a gun that's out of the frame because I cropped it. So, he's pretty tough. Okay, male, that's what I figured. Yeah, cat's out of the bag. I'm trying to go in here and sort of mix things up without getting too tight with it. But pretty happy with how it's going at this point. Got kind of a highlight going along the edge of the nose here, which not really exactly sure what I'm going to do about that. Might just leave it out. Noticing the space between her nostrils is too big. I'm gonna have to fix that. Come back to it in a minute since I need to get the really dark color for that. Actually, it's not a commission, so it's still going to be for sale when I'm all done with it. Well, technically, as far as copyright goes, you're not supposed to really sell images of photos that you don't own. So you may be able to get away with it, but you know, when somebody takes a photo, that's considered a work of art, so the copyright automatically technically belongs to the person that took the photo. So, you know, when you go to a site like this and it's all offered up specifically for you to be able to use it, you know, it's nice because you don't have to deal with any of that kind of stuff. So they have a lot of good photos on there. It's definitely it's not like, you know, you go on there and everything sucks. It's like a lot of really great stuff. It's also true if you enter any contests. If you're using something and there's like a cash award or whatever, if you're doing a painting from another photo or somebody's photo that's not yours, then technically, you know, you're supposed to, I don't know, either get rights, get like permission for it, or like whatever. And there was actually well, you shouldn't be getting sued if you get it from that site because it specifically tells you you're allowed to use it. So there's a few different ones like that. There's Pixabay and there's some other ones. But there's a really famous photo of a National Geographic cover of a girl, like a Middle Eastern girl with these like golden eyes, and she's like looking like that, and she's got a kind of like reddish maroon, kind of like brownish, you know, wrap around her head. And like, I'm sure it's been painted many times. It was like a really well-known photo, and somebody had done a painting of it years ago and entered it in a contest, and it just so happened that the photographer that took that picture lives in New Jersey, where I am. And like the person that took the photo found out about it. Like he happened to see the the painting in a contest that was local. So, you know, he let the person know, like, yeah, that's my photo. You're not allowed to just enter it like that. So, you know, it's kind of a long shot in some cases that the person might find out about it, but it can happen. Okay, so base I'm thinking is doing pretty good overall right now. Kind of want to swap brushes and use the other one for the stuff I'm doing, but I feel like if I do, I'm going to get way too you know, specific with everything. I'm going to just keep going with this one. Adding in some more darks around the edges of the mouth here. Well, I'm not sure how they verify the photos on that site or the other ones, but you know, they must have some way to do it. If that did that kind of thing did happen, I would imagine that it would be the responsibility of the person that uploaded them, as far as like if, you know, there's any concern about getting sued or anything like that. You know, I'm sure they have you sign a thing that says, like, I verify these are all my own original, you know, images or something like that. Well, I don't know about that Photoshop tutorial picture, but I mean, if it was a really old picture, eventually things go into the public domain, as you know, but I don't know about all that. Definitely have to make sure for anything in commerce. I'm not sure, like, I think maybe, I forget what the rules are. It's specific for all different kinds of things with intellectual property. Like if you're just painting something and you're not going to sell it or enter it in contests, I think it's fine. You can just do whatever picture you want. Like no one's going to, like, you know, put you in prison for like just like a, you know, 11-year-old drawing her favorite Taylor Swift picture. But I think the kind of main thing is if there's like any kind of monetary loss to the rights owner or something like that, that may be the issue. Okay, I'm gonna fix up this area down here. So it doesn't look so thrown together. me give her a little highlight here on the edge of the nostril. I don't know, I still fix something on those nostrils, they're not right. Hey, Sailor Cats. Thanks for showing up. Stopping by, coming over. Dropping in. Lots of words you can use for it. I'm trying to get stuff done, Brian. While you're busy talking about how much you can't stand all the children in your neighborhood. I'm gonna still fix up the eyes a little bit. I think of the shape, I don't know. Just looking at the angle of them. I mean, it looks like the reference. I guess the thing is, on the reference, there's like makeup on the underneath part of her eye on the left, and the green light is kind of covering it. Maybe I just need to kind of cover up the makeup on the right a little bit. Yeah, I think that actually looks better. All right, so there's like the little area just in the actual iris, and then there's like a highlight right there. So I'll do that part now on each of the eyes. Well, you see, Mitch, this is the world we live in. I don't know if anything is real anymore. How do you know that you're even real? Maybe you're an AI. Yeah, the best is when you get those like CAPTCHA things. You can't even tell what you're looking at, and there's always photos that may or may not have a crosswalk or a traffic light or a car or a bicycle. Or you click all the ones that you're supposed to and it still tells you you're not human. Could just be the AI messing it with us, even though it knows we click the right things. I guess I'm not doing any black in this picture. Just use the purple like I've been doing it. Nice to know everyone's having a nice time. Playing with cats and having edibles. I need a little highlight for the eyes here. The chat's getting really deep now. Highlights are in there, and I guess they're working all right. Noticing that her neck is like really thin, so I gotta fix that now. I need to mix up a little more of this purple here. Because I've got just not quite enough to finish what I need to do, but almost. All right, well, I'm gonna have to go use the bathroom. Be right back. And then I'll keep on working on the painting. And one of these days, I'm gonna go take the mic with me. All right, so I've got something in there for you to look at. I'll look into this business with a mix that I made for the Halloween music again. Because a lot of looking around to find some good Halloween music. It's not all good. Hold on here a second. Get ready, Brian. I'm gonna finally get some new music. Get ready, Brian. Finally get some new music. Oh. Oh, that's right. So I saved it as an MPEG 4, which is not showing up. Okay. That's why it was not working before. Well, I guess I'm not going to mess with that now. All right, Brian, you're stuck listening to this music again for the rest of the whole stream. Because I am not dealing with formats and all that crap right now. Okay, anyway. I'm gonna get some more of this purple color mixed up. Just for the chest area. It's a little bit out of the camera, but just purple and white. Or, to be fancy, it's violet. Seeing this was actually supposed to be a little bit wider in the reference. Color definitely is getting thicker. It's like not really mixing the ultramarine violet. It's not really mixing with the new paint that I'm putting down as much. It's not like a major issue, but didn't realize it dried that fast. I feel like this arm on the left is a little bit too skinny, but I think actually the issue is the one on the right is too big. Maybe I have to bring this out a little bit. That doesn't really seem... Well, maybe the outside part's out too much, I don't know.
got me coming for you in a Rari. I'm at the party in a Rari. Just moving fast in a Rari. Wanna make you move fast in a Rari. You got me coming for you in a Rari. I'm at the party in a Rari. Just moving fast in a Rari. Wanna make you move fast in a Rari.
You say do the Mona Lisa like it's a popular dance, Brian. Mitch? I'm not sure what kind of painting you're talking about. This is a family show. I have to look that up later. There's certain rules about what I can stream in different places, like for an old painting, it might be allowed, but some of these places are real finicky about their nipple stuff. Unfortunate that the Halloween playlist that I spent a long time working on, getting ready for today, was not able to be played today. But I'll make sure it's working for next time. There's just this little highlight coming through here. Well, little piece of light or whatever. I don't think there's really a whole lot left to do on her, and so I'm going to be moving on to the background soon. I need to just kind of fix up this edge right over here a little bit though. Okay, so I think that might be it for her. Well, Just a little speck right here that didn't get filled in. Oh. Noticing this edge right over here on the strap is a little bit different in the reference, but I guess it's maybe fine the way it is. Yeah, I guess it's fine. Okay, and then there's also one little spot right over here. I wasn't really planning on doing landscapes on a stream. I mean, it's not too easy to get good reference of a landscape. Just like, you really have to like a lot of looking just because the light is usually not that great, and you know, just getting good, interesting scenery and stuff instead of kind of something sort of just basic. So it's possible, but I don't know. Wasn't really planning on it. I did actually do a couple landscapes already before, but there were paintings I had started or like worked on them, you know, in the past, and I wanted to go back and fix them for a while. Those were already kind of like in the works, but just had to like kind of do sort of last stage things on them. Okay, I think I may be ready to do the background now. Well, I mean, you can still see the past ones I did on Facebook, even though Facebook mutes the crap out of them because it thinks that I'm using stuff I'm not allowed to use for the music, even though it's completely allowed. Well, actually, well, they're on YouTube. You just look on YouTube. And they're not muted. So that's nice. I think I need to bring this shoulder over here or something. I feel like these two arms don't really match. So I'm gonna just bring this out some more. You might even hear about some of Brian's zany comments from earlier on. From some of those old ones. Thinking I should maybe go over this right here, but it looks like the strap is going up that way because Not really giving that look right now, actually. Yep. Zany. What you do. Okay, that looks more like there's hair with the strap going through it now. That's good. Actually used up a lot of that violet that I put out. Thought I was gonna have to get rid of it. Okay, so I'm gonna make some space here. I think I want to do like a reddish orange background. I don't know. I'll just see how this goes. I don't think I'm going to need any of this paint again, but just in case, I'll just stick it over here. Could actually potentially use some of it in the background, just a little bit here or there, but maybe not. It's generally better to do the background before, the subject, but you don't always have to. Now that I'm looking at this from back here, I just want to fix up this one spot. It's kind of bugging me. Alright, that's better. So thinking about how this is going to react with the other colors that are out already. I'm going to get some orange. That's not very much, but really not sure what I want to do for this background. I'm gonna just start putting some paint on and see what happens. I'm not sure if I really want all that purple on there in the background right now. It's going to be mixing with the paint, and I think it might be better without that, so let's see if I can just get it off of there. Have to flip my paper towel again. I think I might have to just get a new one at this point. Just so you can see, Brian, here's all of my paper towels that I reuse. This one's been around. Alright, so... Oh, thanks. Yeah, I'm working on making it a real competitive level pile of rags. Yeah, ooh. I like the way that looks. Maybe I'll just do something with this tool. Did a bunch of that kind of stuff years ago, but as a base layer with a palette, not a palette knife, but putty knife. I was really into that for a while, but the only thing with doing it that way is it makes a lot of bumps and stuff when you paint over it, which I didn't necessarily want. Get some kind of cool things going on here, though. Maybe I've had a little breakthrough here. Gonna maybe put some new color on and try messing around with this and see what happens. I'm thinking about doing that again for a while, but there's a whole issue of just the bumps, having stuff going through here that I wouldn't really want. Yeah, well, I've got even more paper towels than I just showed you just now. I'm not saying how many, but there's a few of them. There might even be some that are hanging up like on a clothesline. Thinking I want to get a little bit more yellow on here. Yeah, I'm gonna get some more yellow. Yeah. I'm gonna have to just get this. There's this shreds of cadmium that are just sticking out over the edge of the spout on here. I can get rid of them right now. The cadmium, for some reason, is one of the worst colors or whatever pigments for just having stuff go over the edge and then just dry on there, and then you get it all over your fingers when you try to open it. It's not that big of a deal, but it seems to just happen a lot with the cadmiums for me. It's not like I'm closing the cap any differently than any of the other colors when I'm done. So, speaking of hoarders, Brian, there's a podcast episode I listened to a while ago. Maybe it was Risk. And they were saying, long story short, there was a blind woman living in an apartment. She never really went out. And I want to do this yellow, actually. Yeah, I guess it's all right. So it turned out that for, I don't know, years, like 14 years or something like that, her son had actually died in the apartment and she didn't even realize. And he was just there because no one came to visit. So that's extreme. She was a hoarder. So he was just in a room and because she couldn't see, she didn't realize what had happened, but man, that's messed up. Let's see how this yellow goes here. I don't want to like overdo it so that it kind of overpowers the figure there, but at the same time I feel like it might be kind of cool to have a bright background. There's some true crime podcasts that end the same way. Ha ha? Where does the ha ha come from? I like how this yellow is mixing with the orange, so I think I'm gonna do more with that. Nope. Really see the stringiness of this. Oh, that's really showing up on camera, just this cadmium over here. The red is a little, or the orange is more dominant with these two colors, so don't really need as much of that compared to the yellow. Just noticing there's actually a highlight on the hair on the right, which is much darker than the green. I don't know if I need to bother with it. Not liking how the background's going, but I'm thinking, I don't know. Sort of want to try something with that tool also. It'll be real fun picking this thing up when I'm all done. Ryan, you still there? Did the cats get you? Albert. Annie's not here. Mrs. What's her face? Not sure if I want to really mess around with the background anymore or not. No. Does it look kind of cool, or is it like really ugly? I mean, I think I like it, but I don't know. Basing it on nothing, so when you're doing that, sometimes it can be harder to tell if it actually looks good or not. Definitely need to add in some more hair. Right over here. Oh, thanks, Mitch. You gotta make sure you integrate the background and the foreground the right way. It doesn't look like they're just kind of stuck there together and they don't really actually go, especially when the colors are so different. Just hoping that nobody looks at this and sees the background and thinks of like bad 70s. I don't even know what. Like the kind of stuff you saw that you see today, and it's like, ooh. But I think it's fine. Nope. Thinking it might be done. Not sure yet. I think this one eyebrow actually kind of, the right side looks a little funky. And it actually is a little bit thick, so maybe I need to just touch that up. I'm just going to use the smaller brush. In that purple area for the first time. Just I think what I'm doing is small enough that it's not really that much of a concern that it's going to look too super finished probably. Refined or polished. Trying to get away with not having to get any more of the purple out. Kind of. Trying to get a slightly darker color over here. It'll work for this eyebrow without having to bother with that. Right. I think the eyebrows are a lot better now. I guess the shape is actually not totally the same at this point, though. Just adjust the top corner here. I think I went a little too far with that. Okay, well. I don't know if there's something about the eyebrows that's still a little bit off, but I don't really see too many things left to adjust on them. Oh, yeah, I don't feel like doing a necklace, so I'm going to leave it out. Yeah. No necklace, no tattoo. Get rid of the guinea tea or whatever that thing is. Just, yeah, maybe it could be a dress or something now. I don't know. So, look at how long the left eyebrow is compared to the right. Yeah, actually, I don't know. It's always harder when the head is on an angle like this. Yeah, you know, I guess it's all right. So, I'm looking at the background to see if there's anything I want to change on there, but... yeah, I guess it's fine. All right, so... I think that's gonna about do it. Snuffy? Oh, Test Man Music. Wow, you just got here. Man, I'm like done. Well, thanks for showing up. For like a minute. Oh, thanks. You like the orange? Yeah, wow, you two guys just both got here at the same time. Well, I'm done. So, thanks for showing up. But, yeah, next week, not exactly sure what I'm painting yet, but I'm pretty sure I'll have my Halloween playlist working, which, just wouldn't work today because it was the wrong format. Oh yeah? Oh, okay. What have you been working on, Test Man Music? And Snuffy, I don't think I've seen you before. Is this your first time here? Okay. Yeah. So obviously, you know, changed around the background a lot and a couple other things, but I think this is about it. I'm kind of like not 100% sure I love the background, but I think I'm going to leave it. So sometimes that's the way it is with stuff like this, and I could always paint over it if I decided to later, but probably won't. So anyway, so Snuffy, like, what are you into? You into art or anything, or just like watching? Okay, like what kind of work do you do? What's your medium? Oh, thanks, Dad. Wow, I can't believe you're up this late. I thought you would have fallen asleep on the couch by now. It's a long stream just for one painting. But yeah, I mean, I'm getting a little tired. But yeah, I think it's probably done. Pretty happy with it. So, you know, I've never actually painted somebody with the extreme colors like this before. It's a little tricky for a few reasons, but, you know, it's pretty intense. So, I mean, I guess the color on the camera is actually pretty accurate now. Before it was a little bit off, but that's like not too far from what it actually looks like. So, anyway, all right, well, yeah. Well, I think that's about it for me for tonight. So, you know, thanks everybody for stopping by. Thanks, Mitch, and you know, Brian, for lots of really, whatever you want to call that, conversation. But next time, I'm thinking it'll be 6:30 Eastern time on Thursday next week. So thanks. So oh, you're a mouth painter. Oh, wow. So like, so Snuffy, you hold like a paintbrush in your mouth, or do you have like a special like adapted thing that you use for it? I've seen like one or two things with people, you know, painting with their mouth before. There was one guy in India that painted with his tongue, not because he had to, but he just chose to do that. But I've seen other things that you know, people use that are not able to use their hands, where they can get something attached to their head or their mouth or whatever. So, you know, that's really cool that things are out there where people are able to do that. So, okay, well, all right, well, anyway, so, you know, Snuffy, if you want to come back next time, that'd be cool. But in the meantime, I think that's it for me tonight. But thanks for coming by. If you're an artist, happy painting. If not, happy watching. Ooh, that's the wrong one.